this. 1, 2, 3.
Benar hatta do na. Benar hatta do.
kindly bear with us for some time. So once he arrives, we'll start the program. Thank you. for a little bit of delay, but I believe let's take things positively. Everything happens for a reason and purpose. Yeah. So without any further delay, thank you so much for being a part of this wonderful, exciting program. I, on behalf of the Department of School Education and Changing Foundation, would like to thank, at the same time, welcome each and every one of you who have gathered here for this inaugural session of the 3-day workshop on inclusive teaching strategies in Nagaland. I believe this 3-day session program would be a fruitful, productive. At the same time, we all will be learning from each other. I would like to give special thanks, at the same time welcome our expert facilitator for the session, Sir Johnny Daniel, PhD, Assistant Professor, School Education, Durham University, UK. Sir, thank you so much for coming all the way from UK, taking your time, believing in us, and welcome to Nagaland, land of festivals. I believe you would have a really good time with our teachers, with us, and with the whole fraternity of the Department of School Education. I welcome on behalf of each and everyone. As a token of love, we, Changing Family, Nagaland team, would like to give a small token of love from our side. It's small, but I believe it's filled with love, support, hospitality, and everything that you'd remember for the rest of your life. So if you can kindly stand on your feet and receive a small token of love from our side. If my colleague can do the honor, yeah. Thank you, sir. We look forward to a truly unforgettable and enriching experience, and we are grateful for the opportunity to learn and engage with you this past 3 days. Thank you. Also, I would like to thank, at the same time, welcome Madam Shantani Godam, our Senior Fellow Policy Program and Governance from Changing Foundation, who has come all the way from Changing Foundation, Delhi. Thank you so much, ma'am, despite of your busy schedules and a lot of unexpected turns at the last moment yesterday, but still then I believe it was all destiny and plan that you are here today. Thank you so much. We would also like to facilitate with you a small token of love. If you can kindly stand on your feet and receive this. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And besides that, I would like to thank, at the same time, welcome our very own Sir Thawasilam, KIS, our Principal Director. Thank you so much, sir, for everything. You have been a pillar and a guidance of support for this program throughout from the day one. We have disturbed you at odd hours also, but thank you so much for believing in us, believing in our team, and making this program a huge success. I strongly believe without your support and your team support, this wouldn't have been possible. Thank you so much for taking us time and being with us here today. Officer, of course, I would like to mention our training officer, Sir Vichu Nagi. He's not here today, but I think the kudos goes to him, because behind the scene he has really worked hard to make this program a huge success. So thank you so much, sir, for helping us in every possible manner like you could do for this program. Also, I would like to thank Madam Tim Sunaro, SMD, Samagra Shiksha, for being with us here today. Thank you so much, ma'am, and also all the officers and officials from Samagra Shiksha team. Thank you so much for being with us for this program. And I believe we'll always be needing your support and guidance in all the possible manners. Thank you so much. And also, not forgetting our additional director from the Department of Skill, Entrepreneurship and Employment, sir and his colleague, for being with us here today. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us in this program. We really acknowledge your presence and your time. And of course, we would like to thank our technical team at Still India Limited. Thank you so much, sir and your team. Despite of the busy schedules and the last moment updates, you guys have really helped us for making this program. I believe we are limited people over here in this program today, but through your support and through your technical team, we will make sure like this program goes in each and every corner of Nagaland, so that the impact behind this program and the initiatives that we are taking together with the department would be fruitful at the same time, impactful and productive. Thank you so much to you and your team. Of course, and I would like to thank again a lot of people over here, like behind the scene, who have really worked hard. Like, who, if I have missed out anybody's name over here, so thank you so much for being with us. And I believe all the teachers over here will have a really productive and a good time. So over to the program. Now I would give time for the welcome address and introduction to our Madam Sayantani Godam, our Senior Fellow, Policy Program and Governance Changing Program.
Good morning, everybody. A very warm welcome to all of you, and I'm truly impressed with a house full of participants, all who were meant to be here and so keenly awaiting, including some very important people who have already been welcomed by our team member Mugato, and thank you all for making it here. We intend to pick up a very, very critical and an overlooked part of our classrooms, and that is children who have learning difficulties. So that being the major reason why Changing Foundation has partnered with the Directorate of School Education, along with taking the departments of SCC, Samagra Shiksha, as well as skills development. We feel that this needs a holistic approach to understanding. Of course, it has to begin in schools, and of course, the onus lies on the shoulder of you teachers who have taken this task to learn how to identify these, how to support these children in the classrooms, how to communicate and build bridges with the children and their homes and communities, so that they are able to scale and fit in better into the educational as well as into lives and livelihoods ahead in their journey. So for that, a huge thank you to the state for taking a huge leap, because it is an issue that, as I was talking with our expert facilitator, Dr. Johnny Daniels, even progressive countries, there is a lot left to be done. And the second thing is that it is a field of very, very active research, because it has to do with lots of learning issues which are basically related with brain physiology. And the brain studies are something that is on emerging medical science. So every day there are new strategies, new policies, new theories which are coming about, and as teachers and as practitioners in classrooms with children, we have to continue to keep abreast. So the fact that the government of Nagaland and Department of School Education has taken this huge step, and the fact that an organization like Changing Foundation has been able to partner, and so far we have been able to successfully take various initiatives in this regard with the state. We are very keen to strengthen this initiative and keep it going in this lovely corner in the country, so that we have something to share as a best practice coming out of the state. So thank you all so much. I will not take too much of our time. We appreciate Mr. Tavasilan to have made the time in his busy schedule, and I would really request him to inspire the group here and motivate to look forward to this session.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I give time to Sir Tavasilan, our Principal Director, Department of School Education, for the keynote address.
Thank you, Mr. Mugato. Professor Daniels from Nagaland University, Madam Santani, my respected MD Samagra, Madam Temsnaro, my respected colleagues from Samagra, SCRT and Skill Development Department, and all our dear participants this morning. Wish you all a very pleasant morning. At first, I owe a profuse apology to each and every one of you for my delay this morning. Thank you so much for your patience. So to make up for last time, I'll not take a lot of time today. I'll sort of, first, before talking about today's workshop, I want to put the department's partnership with Changing Foundation in context. So there are at least 5 pillars that we're looking at in the department. Some of them we've made a lot of progress, some of them we we barely scratched the surface, but then it's a perennial work in process. So the first pillar for us is early childhood education, the foundational literacy and numeracy, because research has time and again proved that any number of interventions that you do at a later point in time is simply not going to have the same effect as giving kids a very, very strong foundation. So that's a primary focus pillar. There's a lot of work that's happening under the Nipun Bharat mission. Samagra is spearheading it, led by our Madam Temsunaro. So that's a pillar number one. Pillar number two is physical and digital infrastructure, bridging the gap between what's needed and what's currently there. This again, there's a lot that needs to be done because it involves substantial investments, and given the fiscal challenges that we have, there's something that we're steadily getting there, but it would take a substantial amount of time before we get to an ideal endpoint. The third is a combination of curricular assessment and pedagogical reforms. A lot of work is being done through the World Bank funded Nectar project in this particular regard, and results will start to show. And the thing with school education is that it's not going to be overnight unless and until it's pure infrastructure. Everything else is going to take time to reflect. The results might show up decades later, for all we know. So, but the foundation has to be sown today. The seeds have to be sown today. The fourth is inclusive education, and our partnership with Change Inc. is precisely on with regards to this pillar. And I'll talk a little more about it, as to how the partnership came about and what is the work that things that Change Inc. has done in our state. And the final pillar for us is vocational education. I mean, a state like ours, we have a situation where the jobs that are being created are simply not keeping up with the demand there is. So we'll have to ensure that kids, make this active shift from being job seekers to job creators. So there's a lot of emphasis that's happening on the vocational education front as well. So these are essentially our 5 pillars that the department is looking at, to sort of focus our interventions on. So now, with regards to Change Inc., we signed an MOU with them in the year 2022. So it's founded by a gentleman called Mr. Kunal Junjunwala, who's the founder of a firm called Airpay Technologies, and Madam Nupur. Madam Nupur is our face. She's the face of Change Inc. for us. She's been extremely supportive right from the very beginning. So Change Inc. There's been a lot. So their primary focus has been on dyslexia, SLD, specific learning disabilities. But then they're sort of helping us work through all sorts of disabilities and just not restrict our focus to SLDs. So in the past, they had worked with NBSC on launching artificial intelligence powered chatbot, because SLDs per se are extremely misunderstood. Some of the most successful people in the world, the most famous example is Mr. Elon Musk. He is a dyslexic. Several people, Richard Branson is dyslexic. A large chunk of the world's billionaires have all been dyslexic at some point in time. So so there's still a lot of, again, awareness itself is hugely missing in our context, and B, if it's sort of identified, they wouldn't really know what to do. So today's workshop is a humble attempt towards helping teachers, and we've had a lot of workshops in the past as well, to understand what is SLDs, because unless and until they themselves know, they'll not be able to actively seek out this in their kids. So early intervention makes all the difference when it comes to specific learning disabilities. So they'd worked with this. So this AI chatbot is on board, is on the NBSC portal. So any query that educators or parents or anyone else, just for general information, they have, this bot helps them understand all of that. So they've also been actively working with Samagra and developing TLMs, teaching learning materials for literacy and numeracy. This has been another major intervention. There's several worksheets. I think until date about 100 worksheets that have been developed, and these have been sorted grade-wise, and this has helped us immensely in terms of ensuring that we have TLMs which are not just up to date but also on par with the best TLMs that are out there. So they've also been helping us in formative and summative assessments along the process. They've supported SCRT. So we've had NBSC had come out with a video on a circular on accommodations for kids who have disabilities. So they've helped the Directorate and SCRT on coming up with the accommodation list, a circular for kids who are in classes 1 to 8 as well. So that's something that they've helped us massively. And then another major intervention has been screening for kids with SLDs. So almost about 1,000 students have been screened thus far in the state. A lot of them have been identified and suitable interventions have been initiated. They've also built a lot of capacity building has happened at multiple levels, at the state level, at the district level, and there's something that will continue going forward as well. So this particular workshop, I'm extremely grateful to Professor Daniels for flying in all the way from the United Kingdom and Madam Santani to come in all the way from Delhi to be with us for the next 3 days. I hope you have a lot of takeaways from this because again, as Madam had mentioned, there's an often excluded or an area where we don't give a lot of attention, but this is the place that by far needs the most attention because it's on us. It's our responsibility to ensure that a kid who is differently abled has necessarily the same opportunities, if not more, than a kid who is not. It's up to us to ensure that this happens. So from the department side, through Samagra, a lot of special educators have been appointed, but then there's a lot much more that we can do, and this is our department's attempt to bridge the gap between what's an ideal endpoint and what the current situation is. So we hope you find the workshop very useful, and wish you all a great 3-day learning experience. Thank you so much, and God bless us all.
Thank you so much, sir, for the beautiful exhortation, I would say. We are working on the 5 pillars, but I would strongly acknowledge Sir Thava for being the extra pillar towards us and always being a support system. We look forward to more ventures, more events program. And with this, I would like to thank at the same time, would like to conclude our inaugural program. And I believe this 3-day workshop on inclusive teaching strategies in Nagaland would not just be a workshop, but it would be a workshop for a purpose that would impact the change that we want to bring in our education system. Let's work together, let's be the change makers, and I believe you would all be benefited from this 3-day program. So thank you so much. And I think now we'll have a short break, and we'll start the session right on time. But before that, let's have a official group picture with everybody. And okay. Since sir is a little bit on hurry, he has to leave. But anyways, thank you so much, sir. And yes, we'll start the program, the session right on time. And after that, we'll have a short break for 10 to 15 minutes. In the meantime, we'll have a short session, a photograph for official this one, and then we'll start the session. Yeah, thank you. We'll take on the stage. Yeah. We'll first start with the officials. Sorry, if you can come, ma'am. Yeah. Yeah. Department of School Education, Samagra, SCRT. Sir, Skill Department, SCRT. Yes, please.
University of Texas at Austin. He also possesses an M.Ed in Special Education from Vanderbilt University. Dr. Daniel's impactful research has been recognized through publication in prominent journals such as the Annals of Dyslexia, Journal of Learning Disabilities, Journal of Special Education, and several others of international and national repute. He is also the co-editor for the Review of Education and PLOS 1 journals. So we are really privileged, and I think the teachers of Nagaland would really be getting a first-hand insight into some really good expertise and experience in the field. So over to you, John, and let's get started. And the only Nagamis that I learned while I reached this morning was, and I have to say it, and that is Sab phala ase na.
Okay, can everyone hear me at the back? Can you hear me okay at the back? I don't see that. Okay, can you hear me at the back? Awesome. All right, great. Okay, so thank you so much for that wonderful introduction, and thank you so much to all of you. You know, this whole thing is about you, because I'm here to sort of think about ways and talk to you about ways in terms of improving the educational engagement of your students in the classroom. So what I'm going to welcome you to do throughout these 3 days is that if there is anything I say that you don't completely understand, or if there's questions that you have about what I'm saying, please feel free to just raise your hand and talk about it. The more we learn from each other, the better everyone's understanding will be. मैं हिंदी भी बात कर सकता हूँ, अगर आपको हिंदी में बात करना है तो मुझे कोई आवश्यकता नहीं उसमें. So whichever works for you best, English or Hindi. I don't unfortunately speak Nagamese and have not picked up any, so English and Hindi would be perfect. So what I want to start with is just to lay the groundwork on what we are going to do over the next 3 days. I do have a lot of expertise in the area of specific learning difficulties or disabilities, but I'm not going to focus on how to identify students or what those students look like. That is not going to be the focus of these 3 days of workshop. What I'm going to focus on over the next 3 days, including today, is teaching practices. Before I was planning for this session, I was told, Johnny, forget all the theories, forget all the research, let's talk about what teachers can do in the classroom, and that's what my focus is going to be. What I also want to highlight before I start the session is that all the teaching practices that I'm going to talk about today are not only beneficial for students who have learning disabilities, but they are universal, which means they benefit all students. If you implement any of these practices in your regular classrooms, all your students can benefit from these instructional practices, from the strategies that we will learn today. So I hope this will be productive for you. And like I said, we're going to learn from each other. So if you have any questions, please do not hesitate. I know it can be a little intimidating in a big group setting to think, is my question a good question? Just know there are no bad questions, okay? So all questions are good questions. All questions are going to help everyone learn. So please feel free to voice your opinions, all right? So what we're going to focus on over the 3 days, so I just want to lay again the groundwork of what we're going to cover. What we're going to focus on today predominantly is going to be a framework of how to teach. And this framework can apply to any subject area, whether you're teaching reading, you're teaching mathematics, you're teaching science, you're teaching history, you're teaching physical education. Whatever your teaching area, this teaching pedagogical framework, which we call explicit instruction, applies to all areas of teaching. And like I said, this kind of teaching pedagogy can be beneficial for all students, and is especially beneficial for students who have learning difficulties. That'll be our focus today. Tomorrow, what we'll focus on a lot is hands-on teaching strategies. So how do we teach reading? How do we teach writing? How can we ensure that what the students are reading in the classroom, that they are learning and retaining that information? So that'll be our focus tomorrow. And on the last day, on Friday, we will focus on assessments, on how as teachers we can understand, are our students learning? Is my lesson effective? And if it is not effective, what can I do to help ensure my students are learning in the classroom? So that will be the 3 days of our sessions for this workshop. Okay, so what I'm going to start with today is explicit instruction. So one of the first things that we do in the explicit instructional framework is to review prior skills. So because I don't know you and I don't want to go through having every one of you introduce yourself. So with a show of hands, let's see how many of you have taught in schools for more than 10 years. Raise your hand. Okay, so a lot of experienced teachers, great. How many of you are in your first year of teaching? Okay, so few. Okay, so mostly experienced teachers in here. How many of you have felt when you have a student in your classroom that you are unable to support them or you don't understand how to support that student? Raise your hand. Okay, I see some hesitant hands going up, which is great, which is what we're here for. So when you think about planning your instruction, and this is something I'm going to have you share with me in a few minutes, is the first thing you want to do is understand your student population. Because each student comes to your classroom with a slightly different knowledge base. So for example, if you're teaching, let's say, geography, or you're teaching history, there might be some students who know about the topic a little bit more. There might be some students who might have better vocabulary, know some words better than other students. And when you review students' prior skills, as a teacher, you know that for some students, you might have to think about some advanced way to improve their learning. But for some students, you might have to start at a very basic level. So think about if you're teaching mathematics skills. And let's say you're teaching a division lesson tomorrow. You want to know if some of your students know how to do basic addition. If there are some students in your classroom who can do 2 + 2 = 4, that division lesson is not going to be successful for them. And as a teacher, you need to know where to start with your students. So one of the most important things that teachers need to do before any lesson that you're teaching, any topic that you're engaging with your students in, is to review their prior skills. The more you know about what the students know, the better informed you are as a teacher. And that's at the core of inclusive education. Because the idea of inclusive education is that all the students who are coming into our classroom are coming with different skill sets. And we need to address those different skill sets. And the starting point of that is to understand where students are in that topic of science, geography, history, reading, whatever you are teaching. The more you know, the better informed you are to plan your lesson. So how can you review students' prior skills? So that's the main question you're thinking about. Okay, he's telling us to review prior skills, but how can we do it? So there is a very prominent and well-researched framework which is referred to as the KWL chart. And how the KWL chart works is that whatever your topic is, you give students a graphic organizer or a table, and I'll share that with you in a second, where you ask students, what do you know about this topic? So you're reviewing their prior skills. The second question is raising their curiosity, to start them thinking about the lesson they're going to engage in. So making them active learners. A lot of our students in the classroom are passive learners, which means they sit down and they just listen to whatever you're saying. It comes out from here and it goes out that way, and they don't retain any information. So the second part of this is really, really important, to have students start thinking about the topic. So make them active even before you start your lesson. And the last part, which is the L, comes at the end of the lesson. So when you finish the lesson, you ask students, what did you learn today? What are your key takeaways? And different students might have different key takeaways. But if you have a student who has no key takeaway, that's telling you that this student has not learned anything in the classroom, and there might be a need for you to do maybe a one-on-one session or a small group session with them to revisit that topic with them briefly. So here's an example of how this might work. So let's say your topic in your classroom is about climate change. You're talking about climate change. So when students come into the classroom, the first thing you ask them is, what do you know about climate change? What do you think climate change is? Do you know what climate change means? And they write down what they want to know. These kind of activities can also work really well if you have students working in pairs or small groups. The benefit of small groups, so what I've done here today, if you notice, I've tried to put you in small groups. And the idea of that is that if a student does not know anything, they're going to build on some background knowledge because their peers might give them some knowledge. So as a teacher, you are giving some of your work to your students. Don't do all the work. Have your students do some of the work. So when they work in small groups or pairs of 2 students at one time, they are sharing knowledge with each other. And that knowledge sharing benefits both students or all students within that group. So this is a really good activity to put your students in small groups or pairs and do at the start, where they write down what they know. And then the second is, what do you want to know about climate change? Sort of helping them get curious about the topic. Once you've done your teaching, where you teach them about climate change, maybe they read a chapter on climate change, maybe they watch a video on climate change, maybe they listen to something about climate change. The next thing you want to do before they leave the classroom is ask them, what did you learn today? And don't have them write essays about it. Just 1 bullet point or 2 bullet points, because it's really hard for us to remember everything. Right? So when we finish the session today, you're not going to remember everything I said. It's not possible. Right? But you will have some key points which will stick with you. And that key point that sticks with you is going to be different for each of you. Right? And that's really helpful, because you're trying to see what students are taking away. So the part which is what I learned is sharing with you how much their comprehension or their understanding was of the topic. And when you finish the lesson, and if this last section is blank, then as a teacher you know that there is something else you need to do to make sure your students are learning. Because I understand teachers have a really hard job, which is you have a curriculum and the government tells you have to follow the curriculum. You have to finish 15 lessons by the end of December, or you have to finish 30 lessons by the end of the year before the tests come in. But one has to understand it's not a race. It's not about how fast you can go. It's about how much you can learn. So sometimes slowing down can be helpful. And I'll talk a little bit more about this tomorrow on how you can slow down and revisit some lessons to ensure students are learning. And that's something we'll visit tomorrow. The core, though, of the explicit instruction framework is what we call I do, we do, and then you do. So what happens in the explicit instruction framework is the first step is what we refer to modeling. And modeling means that the teacher shows the student what is expected of them. So think about if you want a child to learn how to ride a bicycle, right? One way is you tell the child, here's a bicycle, go figure it out. And many kids will figure it out, but not all. The other way is that you show the child how to ride a bicycle. You say, this is the seat, these are the pedals, you sit on the seat, and then you move your legs forward and back. That is called modeling, where you clearly show the students what you want them to do. The second step is what we say we do, which is guided practice. And the idea is that you work with the student to see if they have understood what you just taught them. So for example, if I was teaching someone to ride a bicycle, after I show them what to do, I'll get on my bicycle, I'll have them get on the bicycle, and we will do it together to see if they have understood or not. If there is some misunderstanding, that's a really good point for me to correct those misunderstandings. And then the last step is independent practice, which means they have understood what they need to do. Now they can practice independently. So that becomes the third step. And the last one is providing regular feedback to the students on how they're doing, which is really, really important as well. And I'll get to the part about feedback because that's something I want to spend a little bit of time on, because that is extremely helpful in them learning what is being taught to them. I see a lot of you are taking notes, which is fantastic. If you want, I will also share the slides. I think there's a WhatsApp group that has been created, so I'll post the slides on that right after my session today, so you'll have all the slides as well. Okay, so what I want to do now is hear a little bit from you. I don't want to be talking all the time. Like I said, it's really good to give the work to your students to do. So I'm going to transfer the work to you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass out some spirally bound sheets, and I'll tell you what we'll be doing in just a second. So as all of you are getting these copies, if we can all turn to page 3. So on page 3 it says activity 1, and the activity is what I want you to share with the people in your small group or in your pairs is that what is one way you review students' prior skills. So tell the person next to you, what do you teach? Are you a math teacher? Are you a science teacher? Are you a primary school teacher who teaches all subjects? And then tell them if you review students' prior knowledge. If you don't, that is totally fine. We're here to learn. So if you don't, just say, I don't review students' prior knowledge. But if you do in some way review students' prior knowledge, tell your partner how you do it. The second question is, describe one way in which you provide students practice opportunities. So after you have finished your lesson, how do you make sure the students get some time to practice their skills? Again, if you don't, that is totally fine. But if you do, tell us how. And then the last one is, what are some ways in which you provide feedback to your students? So this can be, you provide them feedback orally in the class. It could be that you give them written feedback. It could be some other way that you do it. So whichever way you provide feedback to your students, just write that down and let's share it with each other, and then I'll have you share it with us as a full group, okay? So let's take about 5 to 10 minutes. I'll also move around and try to think about these 3 questions and share with our partners. reflection. You know, the more, and maybe some of you do this all the time, but the idea is that the more we can reflect on what we are doing, the more we think about what we're doing, we can think of better ways of doing it in the future, because there's always an area that we can improve on, right? No one's perfect, and we all keep striving to getting better for our students. And as I was walking around and talking to y'all, I heard some really good examples. So some of us were talking about how... can we reduce the volume?
Volume.
Think about what we're doing, we can think of better ways of doing it in the future, because there's always perfect, and we all keep striving. Sorry, it's hard for me to listen to myself. As I was walking around... Thank you. Okay, so the idea, and some of you gave me some really good examples. So one person said they teach English to high school students, and before they start their lesson, they talk to students related to that topic. So one example I got was, if they are going to read an autobiography about someone who's climbing Mount Everest, the teacher engages the student in a conversation about the mountains around Nagaland. Have you ever gone there? What do you do? Have you been to the mountain on top? So what the teacher is doing, which is fantastic, is tapping into students' experience before they start reading the topic. And that is what I know about the topic, which is sort of helping them engage their minds on that topic. So you're zoning in about mountains in general. And that also becomes a really important part. So if some students have some misconceptions about the topic, it's a good way to start by clarifying what those misconceptions are, or there's some vocabulary word they don't know, that's a good time to teach that vocabulary word before you dive into the lesson. So the idea always is you do some kind of heavy lifting at the start of the lesson to make sure your students have the basic foundation they need before you start the lesson. So it requires some time and effort to create those sessions, but it's really, really important to develop those prior knowledge skills. Okay. So once again, the explicit instruction framework is sort of heavy at the top for the teacher. So the broader angle of the triangle at the top is where the teacher is doing a lot of the work, which is the teacher is explaining or showing. So if you're teaching math, for example, and I'll show you a math example in just a second. If you're teaching math, for example, you want to use very clear language for your students to understand what is happening. The second part is you give them some activity to do, but just don't have them do it after you've explained it, because there might be some students who've not fully understood it. And a lot of the students, when you ask them, have you understood? They'll say yes. But many times it's, I'm not sure, or I don't even know what you're talking about, right? So the second part, before you let them off to do their practice on their own, is to do guided practice, where you and the students work together, and you get a sense of, have my students really understood it? Can they show it to me? And if they can't show it to you, then you need to go back to the first step of explicitly explaining the topic to them before you let them go on independent practice. And what happens a lot in teaching is that the teachers start really well at the top, and then they jump to the last step. But the middle step is really, really important to ensure that all students have understood what we're doing, and all students can move on to the independent practice. What it also helps is, let's say you have 30 students in your classroom and 25 students are showing they have understood really well. Great. Those 25 students can go to the independent practice where they're working on a worksheet. The 5 students who've not understood, you can bring them around in a small group and work with them in a small group to re-explain the topic to them before you let them go. So it also gives you an opportunity to work with small groups of students who are struggling while the others carry on the work which they already know. So that's, again, a key aspect of an inclusive education, is where we are providing those opportunities to students who are struggling instead of not doing that. Because I understand time is generally a constraint. Class sizes are a constraint which we can struggle with. So ensuring that some group of students are doing an activity on their own which they can independently, and working with a small group at the same time, can be really, really helpful in making sure the students aren't left behind, and that you're making that effort to bring them along with their peers. So let's talk about explicit instruction on how to cut an onion. A lot of women in here, I do a lot of cooking, so I don't want to say men don't do the cooking because I do a lot of cooking in my house. But let's take a minute, find a person right next to you and tell them if they've never cut an onion before, how will they chop onions? And try to think about every step possible, because think about it, some people may have never done this before in their life. Okay, so what I want you to do for just a minute is turn to your partner and explain to them in your words how to chop an onion. Okay, so let's take a minute and turn around, and I'll walk around to hear some responses.
How do you chop an onion? Professor Daniel, you should have asked the question of how to make a cup of tea. Because onions, it looks like everybody enjoys cooking.
Yes.
But making a cup of tea is where the problem is.
Can we? Okay, this was great, and the reason I chose how to cut an onion is because everyone cuts onions, right? Because you can't make an Indian dish without onions, right? It has to be in there. So I'll give some examples of what I heard. One was take the onion in your hand, cut off the roots, and then cut it into half. Good luck to my palm if I cut myself, and then chop it up. Okay. The other was wash it, very important. Someone said take a chopping board. Very good advice, because as a novice I might just cut my hand otherwise. And then they said cut it into half and then chop it. But how do you chop it? I don't know how to chop it. So what I'm trying to bring to your attention is that for your student, because this is something we do every day, right? We don't even think about if I have to chop an onion. It's so easy. And when we're explaining it to someone who has never known what to do with it, some people may not know what an onion looks like. Right? There are some countries in this world where there might not be an onion that they eat. It's not part of their diet. Right? How do we explain that to them first? Do you know what an onion looks like? That's probably a good starting point. Right? So what we're doing is we're making an assumption that the student already knows what an onion looks like. What we're already making assumption is that student knows to use a chopping board and not just chop it on their hand. Right? So these are assumptions we're making because this knowledge is so integrated into us. We do it day in and day out. We do it every year. We know it so well. But the students do not. It's their first time. Right? So how to cut an onion would be, for me it would be, take the onion, put it on a chopping board, take out the cover, so peel it off with your hand. Then it would be cut the onion into a half, remove the peel, and then hold the half and start slicing it. Make sure you don't cut your finger. Once you've sliced it, then turn it around and then slice it again the other way. That's how we get chopped onions. But if I tell my students, take the onion, cut it in half and chop it, they're probably going to end up slicing it. And you don't want sliced onions, right? You want chopped onions. Same way, if you have a lesson you're teaching, the first thing we need to question ourselves is that, am I using language my students are going to understand? So a lot of times when I have to do some teaching in my classroom, I do it with my 6-year-old son. And if he does not understand it, I know I'm doing something wrong. Right? Because I need to use language that everyone understands. I need to use phrasing that everyone can access. I can't only teach to like 5% of my classroom who are the smart kids who know everything. Right? I need to teach it for everyone. And what this onion example is telling us is that when we know something so well, so ingrained in us, it's actually harder to teach that. Right? Because we're not thinking too much about it. So, in fact, the more knowledge you have about a topic, it becomes harder to teach it because you're coming in with all your preconceived notions, right? But your students do not. And so, the explicit instructional framework is the idea that regardless of who your students are, you teach it in a way that someone who's never engaged with it before can do it as well. Okay, so I hope that point's sort of hitting home. And so once again, the idea of modeling is you tell the students what you're thinking. So a lot of times a teacher will say, okay, we're going to do addition today. 2 plus 2 equals 4, 4 plus 8 equals 12. Now let's do math. But the students you're not telling them how you are thinking about it. So the one thing we talk a lot about in explicit instruction is thinking out loud. Show the students how you are making that connection of 8 plus 4 becoming 12. How is that happening? It's not magic, right? And we want the students to learn that. But you need to show them exactly how to do that. So I'll share an example with you here. I hope everyone can see this. If not, I'll read it out to you. So this is an example of a math lesson that's happening in first standard maybe, where students are learning one single-digit addition. So single-digit is 1 plus 2 or 3 plus 4 or 5 plus 4, something like that. So it starts with, today I'm going to show you how to solve addition problems that have 2-digit numbers. Solving addition problems that have 2-digit numbers is just like answering basic math facts. This problem says 46 plus 32. So this problem says 46 plus 32. This problem has 2 math facts in it. Here is the first math fact. 6 plus 2. 6 plus 2 is 8. And the second math fact is 4 plus 3. Watch as I solve this problem. I'm going to start with the math fact in the ones column. So I'm being very clear in my language, I'm using the ones column. The math fact in the ones column is 6 plus 2. 6 plus 2 equals 8. Since I'm working in the ones column, I need to write my answer right here in the ones column. So I do 6 plus 2 and I write my answer in the ones column. The math fact in the tens column is 4 plus 3 tens. 4 tens plus 3 tens equals 7 tens. Since I'm working in the tens column, I need to write my answer right here in the tens column. I just solved the problem 46 plus 32 equals 78. Everyone read the problem and answer with me. 46 plus 32 equals 78. Now that is an example of an explicit instruction where the teacher is walking through every step of the process for the students. They're using very clear language where they're telling them this is the ones column, this is the tens column. They're not assuming that the student knows what they're talking about. They're also doing a lot of thinking out loud where they're walking the students on how they're thinking about solving the problem. So if we want students to become independent learners, we have to very clearly outline and show them what we are asking them to do. Okay? So this teacher, for example, does the modeling. So for example, here, another example of math is the teacher starts the day one with modeling. So he's showing them how to do it. So here it says, today we are going to learn about place value and teen numbers. So they're doing teen numbers like 13, 14, 15, 16 numbers. So this might be a lesson that happens in maybe the first standard or kindergarten, the lesson is happening. So the teacher says, today we are going to learn about place value and teen numbers. What number? 12. Can everyone say 12? And the students say 12. How many tens are in 12? How many ones are in 12? So here, because the teacher has already taught them, he's asking them how many tens are in 12. So there's one 10 and there are two ones. So in the ones column there are two, in the tens column there's one. In the second day, the teacher, having taught that lesson, does guided practice. So here in the guided practice, where the teacher is working with the student, he says, today we're going to continue to learn about place value and teen numbers. What number? So he writes the number, has the student say 16. How many tens are in 16? So teacher places one stick here, so there's one 10, and then there are 6 ones in the ones column. So he counts that up and he says, so 16 is made up of 1 10 and 6 ones. What makes up 16? And then has the student answer them. So here, the teacher is going back and forth, asking the questions to the student and waiting for the responses to see if they've learned. And in the last day, the teacher just provides a series of questions to the students and has them answer those questions of how many ones and tens are in each of the number that has been written down to assess their learning. So a gradual step-by-step process. What I also want to highlight, which I will revisit in a few slides, is the teacher clearly tells the student what they are learning. So they set the objective or the goal of the learning before they start the lesson. Because students need to know, what are we doing today? Right? If you just start off the lesson without telling them what you're doing, they might have no sense of where are we going and what the purpose of the lesson is. So in all of these lessons, the first line is, today we are going to learn about, and what they're going to learn about. So it's a clear expectation that is set with the student onto what their objective for learning is. And we'll spend some time writing lesson objectives, and I'll tell you why that is important in a few slides. So I see a lot of English teachers here, and a lot of my work is in teaching reading to students. So here's an example of lessons we've developed for a program for primary school students. So here, what we want, the eventual goal of the lesson is, we want students to read something and write a main idea statement. And a main idea statement means, what is the key takeaway from this reading that you have? What's the most important thing about this reading? Right? That's what we want students to get to. So when we first do this lesson, we read with the students. So I read it out first, so students know what good reading looks like. Then I have the students read the passage with me, so we read together. And then the third time, the students read the passage on their own. After they're done, I will ask the question, who or what is this passage mostly about? And I'll tell them, because I'm modeling, I'll say, this passage seems like about a kid, Ryan Kaji, who's a YouTuber. He's a real person. And I think this passage is mostly about this kid, Ryan. What are some keywords that describe the passage? So this short passage here is talking about Ryan and his YouTube channel, where he shows all kinds of newly bought toys and how to use these toys. So I think the 3 keywords about this passage are Ryan, because he's the most important, YouTube, because he has a YouTube channel, and the third is toys, because he does YouTube channels about toys. So those are my 3 important keywords. And now I'll tell the students, I'm going to use these 3 keywords that I have come up with to write a main idea statement. So my main idea for this passage would be Ryan Kaji has a YouTube channel where he reviews toys. So I've used Ryan, I've used YouTube, and I've used the word toys all in my main idea statement. So I have clearly showed my students how to write a main idea statement and what the step looks like and how the thinking is in terms of thinking about what is the main topic, what are some keywords that are main about this topic, and then using that information to write the passage write the main idea statement. That's modeling. So in guided practice, next what I will do, the next day when the students come back, I'll give them a different passage about a different person. So this passage here is about Greta Thunberg, who's a climate activist in Europe. And so they read about Greta and what she's been doing. And so after reading this, I'll ask the students, who do you think is the most important person in this passage? And hopefully they'll tell me it's Greta. But what if they don't? What do I do next? What I can tell them is like, let's reread the first passage again. So I have them revisit the text again. I'm not going to give them the answer. I want them to answer it, right? So I'm giving them a strategy, which is that if you don't understand something, just go back and reread it. And then tell me who this passage is mostly about. Then I'll ask them, what do you think are some important keywords in this passage, and have them share it with me. Once I write those down, I'll ask them, let's use those 3 important keywords to write your main idea statement. And then I'll give them feedback about whether it's right, whether we can change something, or whether there's something that needs to be done differently about the way they're thinking about it. Once I've done the modeling for it, on the 3rd day when they come back, I'll give them a passage. I'll say, okay, now let's read this passage, and now you tell me everything. If they're struggling, that is totally fine. I'm just going to rework what I did earlier. I'll just go a step back into guided practice, where I'll show them how it has to be done. So the idea is that it's a step-by-step process, where if you want your students to do something, and as teachers, the way you collect feedback, the way you do assessments or tests for your students are pretty similar throughout the year. So you kind of know what you want your students to do at the end of each lesson. If you know that, don't expect them to do it in the first lesson or even the second lesson. You have a full year with them. Spend time ensuring they understand what that process looks like before you expect them to do that practice independently. So you need to spend a little bit of time at the start of every year, because every year you get a new batch of students, to think about how can I ensure my students know what my expectations are. And this might look different for each of you, because as teachers we might have slightly different ways. So you need to adapt that to your way of teaching. But the idea always is that you first need to show them and spend some time, not 1 day, not 2 days, but maybe multiple days in that explicit framework. And when you think your students are getting what you're expecting out of them, then move into guided practice. And then the rest of the year becomes really, really simple, because your students know the process. They know exactly how you're going to go about teaching them. So it takes a little bit of time working it out, but once you've done it, and this is time and again, we see teachers become so much more successful by the time the half-year mark is coming, because the students know what that process looks like, because you're doing the same thing over and over again all the time. Okay? So that's sort of the general framework. So, again, a lot of research, and I'm not going to get into research, but I'm happy to talk to you in the break time if you want to know what the research looks like. But there's a lot of research supporting the explicit idea of teaching. So the explicit instructional framework, where the teachers show what is to be done, then work with the students, and then have them do it independently. There are tons, like maybe 20 or 30 years of research showing that that method helps all students. Not just students with learning difficulties or disabilities, but all students, and all students are successful with that method, because you're not making an assumption of what the students know, you're not making an assumption of whether students have learned or not, you're checking it for yourself at every stage of your teaching. So the one thing it really supports is it supports higher order thinking, because you're having the students do the critical thinking, you're not doing it for them. You're not giving them the answers. If they don't have the answers right, you're giving them a strategy to go back and reread the text, or some other strategy, and I'll talk a lot about that tomorrow, to help them do their own learning, which is a really, really important skill. The other is there's less load on working memory. And what I mean by that is that some students may not be able to remember information as well as other students. So for example, my 6-year-old son has better memory than I do. So anytime we go to a car park, I'll tell him, remember the number we've parked at because daddy's not going to remember. And he has great memory, which is fantastic. I don't. I need to have some strategies to deal with that. So if I'm alone, I write it down somewhere because I can't rely on my memory. So with the explicit instructional framework, we're not depending on students to remember all this information and then answer a question at the end of it. Because you're giving them guided practice and explicit instruction throughout, you're supporting their learning at every step of the way. Difficulty with attention is less of a barrier with explicit instruction because you're having the students getting involved all the time. Attention becomes a problem is when a teacher is standing here and talking for 50 minutes. If I do that with you for 50 minutes, I know some of you are going to zone out. You're going to probably think about your kids or the TV show or the football match or something else that needs fixing in your house or the dinner you have to make. Many things come up in our mind. Our mind is waiting to get distracted all the time. And so one way to reduce distraction in your classroom is engaging the students regularly, making sure they're getting engaged all the time, where you're asking them questions, working with their peers, and that's how you can make it an active lesson rather than a passive lesson. Right? However good your lesson is, if it's a passive lesson, there definitely no doubt there are students in your classroom who are just zoned out. They might be nodding their head, but they're not listening to you. Okay? So to make sure they're listening to you, you need to continuously engage them in activities throughout the lesson. It's really hard to do that. But the more you do it, and as a teacher you probably teach the same thing every year, you're developing a corpus of activities which you can just pull on. So it might be hard in the first year, but the second year it gets easier. The third year it gets even easier because you have a variety of different activities you can do with your students on the topic you are teaching. It also allows for various degrees of practice, and what I mean by that is that, like I said earlier, if you have a group of students who've got the topic, they know what they need to do. So if you're teaching algebra and they know exactly how to solve it, put them in a group, give them some more difficult problems, let them work it out. You don't have to work with them. Work with the students who are struggling. So you can give time to the students who don't get the concept by giving them small group instruction. And the one thing we know about instructional frameworks is that small group instruction is extremely effective for students who have learning difficulties or learning disabilities. And so for that group of students, working with them one-on-one or in small groups can be really, really beneficial. So if you can come up with a way in your classroom to put students into smaller groups, and I think someone said that when I was talking to them, is that they divide students in groups. You can divide students in groups based on their ability level of that topic. Right? So don't create groups that are consistent because different students might go out and in of it. But if you do a prior knowledge check and you see some students know a lot about this topic, that's one group. Some students don't know anything about this topic, that's one group. So if you sort of create groups in your classes based on the topic, and that's where assessing prior knowledge becomes really, really important, is that if you know where your students are, you can group them and then give them that extra attention, especially to the students who are in the bottom half, by giving them that additional practice. Okay? So I hope you think that's helpful. So once again, in the explicit instructional framework, you start by gaining the students' attention, giving them a preview of what that session is going to be about. So telling them, today we are going to learn about double-digit addition, or today we are going to read about a biography about a Mount Everest climber. Whatever your topic is, giving them a clear overview of what they're going to learn. Review any prior knowledge. You could review prior knowledge on the topic. You could review prior knowledge of their vocabulary knowledge, and I'll spend some time on vocabulary knowledge as well tomorrow on how we can teach that really well. Followed by modeling, where you clearly tell them what it is. So again, think back to the example about the onion. If you tell a student, take the onion in your hand and then cut it, you don't want them cutting their hand, right? So think about how can you sort of try and imagine it in your mind. Like if I'm telling this thing, what are they seeing, right? Or if you have kids, try it with your kids. And if they tell you, Mom, I don't understand what you're talking about, then you know that these students are going to struggle too, right? So maybe practice it maybe with your child or with a colleague. when you're sitting in the teaching staff room and you have other colleagues, say, you know what, I'm trying to do this. What does this sound like to you? So bouncing off ideas with your colleagues is also a great way to get some feedback. And the one thing we are generally hesitant of is we think, oh, what are they going to think about me if I say this? But we're not going to grow. We have to put ourselves in uncomfortable positions to grow. That's the only way that we're going to learn and be better at what we do, is to be uncomfortable sometimes. So if you're willing to be uncomfortable by asking someone to come in your session and look at it or give you feedback, that's going to help you sort of change the way or improve the way you're already doing your teaching. And then, with the modeling, then you get to the guided practice, where you sort of tell students what you've taught them, work with them on it, and then let them practice on their own. And the final part is also really important. When they're doing independent practice, you want to do it in a way where you can gather some data from them. So how can you assess whether students have learned or not? So a very simple way that I used to do it when I was a teacher is I would have students write an exit ticket. So an exit ticket was a small piece of paper where I would ask them a brief question which could be answered in 10 words or less. So ask them a question before you leave the classroom or they leave the classroom about what you've just taught, and have them write it down before they leave. So that's an exit ticket. They have to give you the exit ticket before they leave. And that kind of tells you how many of your students have understood. Do some students have a misconception, or do some students not get it at all? And that can help you prepare your next lesson when you go back to either address the misconception or maybe briefly reteach what you taught if you had many students getting the answer wrong before you start on with the next lesson. So the exit ticket can actually become a prior knowledge check for your next lesson if you're building on each other. So there are many different ways of doing this, and I'll share that in the coming slides. Okay, so we're going to do another teaching reflection. I want to see how we're doing on time, and then we'll take a break. Okay, we'll take a short break right after the second activity. So the second activity, and I will model this for you before, so let's do the modeling part. So what I want you to do is, this is again a reflection. So what I want you to do is think about a lesson you might have taught yesterday or a lesson you taught last week. So something that you've done very recently. Think about the lesson title, like what was the lesson about. So in my example, the lesson that we were teaching students was to understand the impact of the Black Plague. So Black Plague was this disease that spread across Europe in the 13th century, and millions of people died. It was the first real pandemic that really happened that we know about. So that was the topic. Understanding the Black Plague. The subject was history, so yours might be English or math, whatever you're teaching. And then the lesson objective. So think about what was the point of the lesson. Like, why were the students doing it? One might be because my head teacher asked me to. That's not the point. Or because the textbook asked me to. That's not the point. What was the point? Why were students reading this lesson? So here, in my lesson, it was students will be able to read and discuss the impact of the Black Plague by sharing at least 2 observations. So note what I have here is they will share at least 2 observations. So my lesson objective also has a lesson goal. What do I want the students to do at the end of the lesson? So I, as a teacher, am very clear what I'm expecting my students to do. And I've made this very clear to my students before I start the lesson, is that at the end of the lesson, we're all going to share 2 observations, maybe written, oral, whichever way. But they need to know that I'm going to check on them. And if they know that I'm going to check on them, they're going to be a little bit more active than if they know I'm not going to check on them. So that's my lesson objective. Instructional strategy, so you could write whatever instructional strategy you use, but the one I used for my lesson was the teacher models asking questions of the text. So as we're reading about the Black Plague, after every paragraph, we pause and I ask student a question about what we have just read to ensure they're understanding what they're reading. And then we also do some guided practice where I ask the students after every section, do you have any question about what you've just read? So having them critically think about, what question do I have? What do I want to know more about what I have just read? So 2 kinds of checks in the lesson. And then to assess the understanding at the end of the lesson, the teacher asks students to write and share 2 observations on the impact of the Black Plague. So think about your lesson, and if there were parts that you did not do, that's totally fine. And then what were some challenges? And this is really important as a teacher to think about how did my lesson go? And this is what we refer to as teaching reflection. Because every time you go into the classroom, if you did a lesson last year which was perfect, went really well, your students loved it, maybe this year it might not go that way. And the reason for that is you have a different group of students. And because you have a different group of students, the same thing might not work again. So in my lesson, what I learned at the end of it is that some of the students did not know what the word plague meant, which is really important. That's in the topic, right? Black plague. What is plague? They didn't know that. So it's for me to think about, okay, next time I go and teach this lesson, I need to first start by explaining what plague means. So again, it's giving you feedback on how you can improve or change your lesson in the future. So what I'm going to have you do independently is just reflect and write down on one of your lessons that you taught recently and fill in as many blanks as you can. If there is some blank that you can fill, that's totally fine. Let's just write down what we did. Okay? So let's take about 5 minutes to write a reflection on a recent lesson that you've done. So we're going to do guided practice. Okay, if you are close to getting done with the part 1, if you're not, that's totally fine, take your time, I'm not trying to rush you. But if you are about to be done with part 1, if you turn the next page, there's part 2 as well. And the part 2 is how can you sort of think about changing the lesson using the explicit instruction framework. So what might you do differently based on what we've talked about in the last hour or two, okay? So it's the same lesson, you don't have to write it in much details, but just write about what might you do differently based on what you have sort of engaged with in the last hour or two, okay? It's hard.
Hello? Hello?
Questions, anyone? Anyone stuck? Know what the second part is all about? Please raise your hand. Happy to come chat. I love people who stop looking at me as soon as I walk out. Okay, thank you so much everyone for really engaging with this activity. I really appreciate all of you focused on the task. And hopefully as I was walking around, the idea of the activity was again reflection, which is that if we know what we're doing, we can think about how we can change it. And it's not about the lesson was bad or not perfect. It's about how can we do it differently. Right, and that was the focus of it. The one thing I want to talk about, so I've been told lunch is in about 30 minutes, so I'm going to go on for 30 minutes before I let you off. But if any one of you wants like a 5-minute break to run to the toilet or something, feel free to get up and go. I wouldn't mind. So what I want to focus on is one part of it, of the reflection that we did, which was the lesson objective. Okay, and I think some of you wrote some good lesson objectives, but I want to sort of make it even better by trying to help you reshape those lesson objectives. So before I start with lesson objectives, the idea is, what is a lesson objective and why is it important? So I think about the lesson objective as a compass that gives my students a direction of which direction they're going in this lesson. So today we're going to learn about, that's the direction. And then the map is telling them, in the larger scheme of things, how is this helping me? So how is it going to help me build on my current knowledge, and how will it help me go to the next step where I need to go? So lesson objectives, teachers who use very specific lesson objectives generally have students who have better understanding than teachers who just walk into the class and start teaching. Because students have no idea what that map looks like, what direction they're going in. So what I'm going to talk about in the next 30 minutes before we go on break is how to write lesson objectives. So here are 2 lesson objectives, right? So the first one to your left is students will learn about the history of Nagaland. That's the first one. And the second one is on the right, it says students will be able to explain the significance of the Hornbill Festival in Naga culture and describe its role in preserving traditions. Which one do you think is a better lesson objectives for the students to know about the lesson? One on the left? If it's on the left, raise your hand. If it's on the right, raise your hand. If it's not, okay, I don't see any hands. Okay, so this lesson objective is very broad. Naga history or any history is diverse. There's whole hundreds of years to be covered. There are different tribes to be talked about. There are regional differences to be talked about. There's colonial history to be talked about. Lots. You can't cover that in one session. Not possible. That lesson objective is not helpful to your students because they don't know what they're learning about the history. The one on your right is very specific. It's going to talk about one aspect. It's going to talk about this one festival. Very specific, telling students what we're learning about is about the Hornbill Festival, and then what's the point of that learning, because we want to know about the cultural significance of it. So it's telling them we're going to learn about this part of the history because it connects to this one, and that's what we need to understand. So connecting the Hornbill Festival to cultural significance. Very specific. Okay, so when you're thinking about the lesson objective, don't think broad. Think narrow. Think very specific. When you're planning your year, at the start of the year, think broad. Like, okay, in this year, I want students to learn about Naga history. Fine. And then what are all the various things I'm going to do are the specific lesson objectives you need to think about, which if you think about a map, that is the end goal. And these are each of the time points that you're going to stop at. Those are the stations you're going to stop at before getting to your destination. So what I'm going to share with you in a minute are some lesson objectives. So the one which is students will learn about the history of Nagaland is vague. It's very broad. Difficult to guide instruction because you don't know what you're going to teach. You might just walk in and talk about some aspect of Naga history. It's unclear expectations. Students don't know, after learning, what are they supposed to share about Nagaland's history? How are they to showcase their learning? And it's hard to measure their progress because there is no expectation on what they are expected to do. The one on the right is specific, so it's about one aspect of history. It can guide instruction, so your instruction can be focused on when did the Hornbill Festival start, why did it start, who started it, and how has it become significant to Nagaland today. Like what's the significance today? So it can be very specific. It clarifies the expectations. So students know when they finish the lesson, they're supposed to share why they think this festival is significant to Nagaland. So again, it's very specific. And you can measure progress, and I'll show you in a minute. This objective does not have a measure of progress, but I'll show you how you can add that in a second. So when you think about writing lesson objectives, there's an acronym which we use. It's called the SMART objective. And the SMART stands for specific as to what is being taught. M is for measurable, which means you can measure or test or assess students' learning. Achievable, and this is really important. If your lesson objective is not achievable to your student, that's not a good lesson to be taught. So if I'm teaching students addition today and tomorrow I expect them to do an algebra problem, that's not an achievable goal for my students because they have not learned multiplication, they have not learned division, they can't do algebra problems, right? You need to learn the fundamentals. It's relevant, so something that your students understand. It's part of the curriculum, that's one, but is it also relevant? And I'll give you an example of relevance. So I used to teach in the Middle East, I used to teach in Saudi Arabia at a university a long time ago, and a lot of the books in the Middle East would come from the UK. And a lot of the textbooks would talk about UK culture. And my students never understood what the point of that was because it was not relevant to them. Right? So the lessons have to be relevant to that particular culture, to your students. Some topics are global, like, if you're teaching them math, the relevance is you just need to get good at math, that's going to help you in your future. But if you're teaching English, if you're teaching history, if you're teaching geography, those goals need to be more specific to your students because it has to be of some interest to them. And the last is time-bound and specified time frame for achieving the objective. So that is really important, is by when do you think your students will achieve that objective? Will it be by the end of the week? Will it be by the end of the term? Will it be by the end of the day? So what is the time frame that students have to make sure they meet that objective? So I'll share some examples of SMART goals. Here's one. So the first one is by the end of this unit on Naga weaving techniques, students will be able to identify and demonstrate 3 traditional weaving patterns. So this one covers specific, so it's about weaving techniques. It's measurable because I'm having students showcase at least 3 ways that Naga weaving techniques work. And it is attainable because it's going to happen at the end of the lesson. The other one is after completing the lesson on the history of the Hornbill Festival, students will be able to create a presentation explaining the festival's cultural significance by next Friday. So here, there's a timeline. So students know that at the end of the week, so if you have 5 classes that you're teaching students over 5 days, that objective can be met on the 5th day because you're covering all different parts of this lesson over 4 days, and the students have time to prepare the presentation on the 5th day or next week. So it gives students a timeline to think about, this is something I need to meet in a deadline. And this is also a really good life skill. When you get into after school life, which all of us are, there are deadlines we have to meet, right? Every time you have to submit something on a certain time. It's teaching them time skills as well. How to do time management, that's a really, really important skill. So regardless of the topic you're teaching, you can include life skills within your lesson by helping students, like this example, get better at time management in terms of meeting expectations. And the last one here is students will be able to analyze the impact of agricultural practices on soil fertility in Nagaland and propose suitable solutions. The one thing I could have done here is added propose 1 suitable solution or propose 2 suitable solutions to make it more measurable as well. But again, it's very specific on what I'm expecting students to do in this lesson objective. So here you can see this is probably a geography class where students are learning about agricultural techniques, but I want them to relate it to their context. How can we apply that in their cultural, in their regional context as well? So if you know what your objective is, it becomes really, I wouldn't say really easy, but it becomes easier to plan your lesson because you as a teacher know what the end goal is instead of walking in and just teaching the lesson. your students know what the end goal is, so they know what they need to achieve by the end of the lesson to ensure that they can showcase their learning. So writing lesson objectives becomes a really, really critical part of your planning, your lesson planning. This helps you as a teacher figure out what you're doing and what you're expecting of your students, and it immensely helps your students because they know what the expectations are. Because a lot of times when teachers are in classrooms, they don't set expectations, and for many students, they don't know why they're sitting in the classroom. Like, what do they have to do? And so to make students more active learners, giving them a goal, setting a goal for them can be really helpful. You can also differentiate here. So this is where inclusive education comes in. So the reason I left the last one open, which was students will be able to analyze the impact of agricultural practices on soil fertility in Nagaland and propose sustainable solutions. So if I have, let's say, 30 students in my classroom, I know there are about 10 students who know a lot about the topic. I'm going to ask them to give me 5 sustainable solutions. If I have some students who I know are really struggling, I'm going to ask them to give me 1 sustainable solution. So what I'm doing is that in my assessment, I'm differentiating because I want all students to achieve it. So that's the achievable part. If I just set it at 5 sustainable solutions, some students might be able to achieve that, but as a teacher, I know some students will not because they're struggling. And you can shift that goal depending on your students' skill and ability level in that subject area that you're teaching. So you can tweak it slightly to meet individual students' needs. And what that really, really also helps is that it boosts students' confidence. So if I have a student and I tell them, you know what, you just have to give me 1 sustainable solution at the end of it, and they can do it, it helps improve their confidence that they can do it. It improves their self-efficacy. It shows them that it is possible for them to learn. But if I only set the bar really high at 5 sustainable goals to share, and one student never meets it, they're going to think, you know what, I'm not really good. I can never do it. That's not very helpful. So you can differentiate your assessment based on students' ability by setting an objective that is slightly flexible depending on your students' ability level. I'm going to pause to see if there are any thoughts or questions before I move ahead. Okay, great. So, what I'm going to have you do, maybe in pairs. So pair up with the person right next to you. And what I want you to do is look at these 3 objectives and think about how you can write a SMART objective. And I have the SMART objective thing in your sheet as well. What's also in your sheets, which I hope you find helpful, is this. So when you're writing your lesson objectives, what you want to do is use a lot of verbs in your objectives because these are actions your students are going to do. So for example, it says define, the first one. So for example, oh sorry. So if you go to page 6, so on page 6 you have the SMART objective, which gives you an outline on how to write the objective. And on page 7, there are some helpful verbs for you to think about as you're writing your lesson objective. So what you want to do is connect your lesson objective to at least 1 action verb when you're rewriting any of these objectives. Make sense? I see quizzical looks. If it does not make sense, say it does not make sense. Okay, so let me do the first one for you then. Let me do some modeling here. So the first one is students will learn about the impact of climate change. Very vague. You know, what are we talking about here is very vague. So what I might change this to, and I might pick a word from here. So in the knowledge section it says identify. So I'll say students will be able to identify 3 negative impacts of fossil fuel on climate change. So what I'm having them do is they're going to read about fossil fuels like petroleum and how the use of fossil fuels is driving climate change. And I'm going to have them share 3 negative impacts. So I'll change that to students will identify 3 negative aspects of fossil fuels on climate change. So I'm taking that vague, broad objective and making it more specific with a measurable goal attached to it, where they have to share 3 possible impacts of fossil fuel on climate change. I could also add a timeline, and I can say students will identify and write down 3 negative aspects of fossil fuel on climate change by the end of the lesson, which means that's something they have to give me by the time we finish the lesson. Okay, so you can add a time aspect to it too. So look at the remaining 2 lesson objectives, and in pairs, working with someone next to you, rewrite the remaining 2 objectives, and then I'll have some of you share it with me here. And then we'll go on lunch break. I can smell lunch. Yeah, we're just rewriting the second and third one here. So we're rewriting, students will understand the importance of traditional farming, and we'll rewrite the students will learn about different types of land. So we're just rewriting those 2 objectives to make them more specific. Okay?
Looking at those students, so if you want to
Okay, because I don't want to keep you from your lunch any more than I need to myself, I'm going to share one person's changed objective, which I think is done really well. So the second one here was students will understand the importance of traditional farming in Nagaland. So again, this is a very broad objective. We don't know, and we don't know exactly what we want students to share. So I'll read out what someone's written here. It's students will be able to list 10 different crop varieties cultivated in Nagaland at the end of this lesson. Now this is a very specific goal, right? Students know they have to focus on different crop varieties while they're reading or listening to an activity, and they need to make a list of 10 because that's what the teacher expects at the end of it. So as a teacher, you're clear what you want your students to learn, and the students are clear what they need to showcase at the end of the lesson to show that they're learning. So this is a really excellent objective. For the second one, what this group did was, students will learn about different tribes of Nagaland. And again, what do you want them to learn about these different tribes? There's so much. You could write a whole book about it, right, on the different tribes of Nagaland. You can't cover the whole book in one session with the students. So again, you need to focus on what you want them to learn. So here, this group wrote, students will be able to identify 5 different traditional tools and where and when to use by the end of their lesson. So again, the focus is on traditional tools that the tribes are using, how they're using it, and when they're using it. So it requires a little bit more details for the students to showcase. So again, a very well-written goal, which helps the teacher know that today's lesson is going to focus only on tools, nothing else, and tools and how to use them. Maybe you could do a comparison with other cultures somewhere else. And then for the students, it's very clear what they need to do to showcase the learning. And this is again really, really important for the lesson to be successful, is that the teacher knows what the goal is, but the students also know what is the expectation. Okay, so I'll pause here to see if you have any questions before we take a break. If you feel hesitant asking a question in the crowd, you can just come up to me one-on-one and ask me your questions too. I'm very happy to have a conversation. So let's take a 45-minute break for lunch, and then we'll come back and continue our session today. Thank you so much. practice. So explicit instruction, as we talked about, has modeling, where you show students what you want them to do. The second is guided practice, where you do it with them together, and then you have them do it independently. But that's not the only thing we do in the explicit instruction framework. The other supporting practices, which I'll talk about for the rest of the session, is one, eliciting frequent responses. So what I mean by that is that checking in with your students at regular intervals during your session to make sure that they're understanding what they're learning. When I first asked that question at the start of the session, many of you said that you do check for the understanding at the end of the lesson by having them do some comprehension, which is great. But it's even better to check regularly. So if you have a 30-minute or 45-minute session, instead of waiting for 30 minutes, instead of waiting for 45 minutes to check if they've understood or not, how can you do that every few minutes? And in a way that is easy for you. You don't have to do this where it's a lot more work for you and the students. How are some easy ways of checking your students' understanding? So what I'm going to focus in the next section is on how different ways teachers can get students to respond and help the teacher understand how many students are learning the lesson that is being taught to them. So there are three ways you can generally have students give you responses. The first is orally, where you have them say something that helps you understand if they have got it or not. The other is writing something. And the last one is by doing some kind of action, which again I'll share with you. And some of those things we've already done in the sessions today. So the way eliciting responses work is that there's input, which means you're teaching the students. That's the input you're providing to the students. Then you ask a question to the students for seeing or gauging how much they've understood of what information you provided. You get a response from them, and then you monitor that response. Are most of my students understanding? Are some of them understanding? Are most of them not understanding? Do I need to revisit the passage or instruction that I provided? And then you go back getting that providing feedback and revisiting that input. So it's a cyclical work that you do throughout your teaching session almost all the time. So many different ways of eliciting students' responses, and I'll try and go through most of these today. So the first one is oral responses. So the first one is choral responses. And what a choral response means is that you ask a question and you have all your students respond to that question that you're asking them. So it's really helpful when you are reviewing some kind of factual information. So for example, if you're teaching World War II history, you could just ask them, which country did Hitler belong to? And then hopefully everyone says Germany, right? So everyone is responding at the same time to that question. This needs a signal to the students. So again, this is a practice. If you do every time, the students know what that is. So for example, when I used to teach, I would ask the factual question and I'll say, which would my students knew by the end of it, I'm asking everyone to respond at the same time. So again, you can teach your students that explicitly, saying, now what I want you to do is I want all of you to respond to the question I'm going to ask. And the question is, and then you ask your question and wait for them to respond to that question. Think about wait time. So sometimes you might want to wait for a little longer to get your students to respond, but don't try to rush them along if you're not going to respond. Be patient with them. The one challenge with this method is that you don't know if all your students have understood what you're asking them, because some students might just mimic someone else's response. Some students may not say anything. So it's not a perfect method, but it's one way that you can check for understanding. And what I'm going to showcase to you is many different ways. So each method has its pros and cons, but if you use many different methods throughout your session, one, it makes it interesting because you're doing different things, and two, you tap into different students as well. So the first one is what we call choral responses, where you ask your student a question and have everyone respond to it. It's also a good way to do a review if you're starting a lesson and you want to check on something you taught yesterday by asking everyone to respond to a question, which is really quick, and then you can move on with your lesson if everyone is giving you the right answer. So it's generally a good way. If you have one or two students who have a misunderstanding, like it states here, you could either address it individually or you could address it to the whole class by saying, some of you said no to this answer, but the answer is yes, because as we learned yesterday, and then you sort of briefly reteach that previous lesson to clear anything that they have a misunderstanding about. The other is partner responses. And this is a really, really powerful practice in helping students learn from their peers. And it's really helpful to teachers as well because you're transferring your work to your students as well. And the way paired work generally works is that you pair students with slightly different ability. Now, this may be challenging in some classrooms because of space issues, but if possible, it's really good to pair students as one student who's slightly higher in their knowledge of that topic and one student who's slightly lower in the knowledge in the topic. So think about if you're teaching math, if there's one student who can do 2 plus 2 is 4 really easily, that student should be paired with a student who is struggling to do 2 plus 2. And the reason for that is that the student who's more proficient almost becomes like a coach for the other students, providing them one-on-one feedback. And there's a lot of research supporting peer work as a really helpful and effective practice in improving students' learning. The one challenge with pair work is that it requires the teacher to set the rules before they start doing it. So I can't just say, okay, everyone get in pairs and do your work. I can't expect students to do that because they don't know what they need to do. So the teacher needs to provide clear guidance on what is expected in the pair work. It might also help to do some modeling, guided practice, revisit some rules related to peer work that you have, so every time you do it, students know exactly what is expected out of them. So in the start of your year, if you're doing peer work, maybe explicitly explain to the student on how it works, how are we getting up, how are we moving, where are we sitting, what are we doing during the time we're sitting. And if you do that at the start of your year, it becomes much simpler as the year goes along because students get familiar with that method of learning where they're working with a particular peer. So really important at the start of your year to spend some time doing it. Again, it's really helpful to think about choosing partners. And again, that's an activity you should do at the start of your year. So for example, if there are 2 students who just don't get along or 2 students who get along too well, you don't want to put them together. Because if they get along too well, they're just chatting away about something outside of the class. And if they don't get along, then it's a behavior problem that you might focus. So that's something you want to think about a little carefully as to who you're pairing together. Is that going to be a supportive environment or is it going to be a distraction? So something for you to reflect on. You can also teach students strategy. So for example, in schools that I used to teach at, we would, at the start of the year, in primary school especially, teach students the different voices. So there would be whisper voice where you only talk to your peer in a whisper. There would be outside voice, so if you're on the ground you can scream, shout, do whatever. So we would teach them the difference between talking in a whisper and talking loudly. And so if I'm starting an activity like peer work, I'll tell everyone, now we're going to use our whisper voice. Which means everyone knows the expectation is that you are going to whisper, because if everyone starts talking loudly, it's going to sound like a fish market where you can't hear anyone then, right? So that's again an important thing to teach students on how to talk during those peer work activities. And the next one is you need to give them some guidance on how to provide feedback to the peer. And so that's the last one, is to provide them sentence starters. And I'll share an example with you. Here. So this is a practice called peer-assisted learning strategy. Has a lot of evidence supporting it, where peers work with their tutor in the classroom. So 2 students are paired, one who's at a higher reading level, another who has a lower reading level, and they give each other feedback on the lesson they're learning. So these are some sentence starters for them. So for example, the first reader is the coach, and they read the passage, and the coach will ask the other student, what happened first? And the student responds. And like, what happened next? And the student responds. And then they continue asking these questions. They also provide them with STEM questions like name the most important who or what do you predict will happen next. So what this is doing is that it's giving the students exactly the questions they should be asking their peer to help check their understanding. So it's not like go and talk about whatever you want on this topic. The teacher is structuring this activity. So again, as a teacher, in your mind, if you want to do peer activity, you should clearly visualize what the first student is saying and what the other student is doing. And you should write that down explicitly and give those as notes to your student so they know exactly what questions they're asking their peer after they do the activity. And that is a very effective way in understanding how students are learning. It also takes a little load off the teacher on the students, and that's a time the teacher can spend a little bit more time with students who are really, really struggling. So you can give either one-on-one instruction or small group instruction to that small group of students who are struggling in your classroom. So again, this is again where differentiated instruction and inclusive practices come in, where teacher gives the responsibility to your students and then they work with some students who are really, really struggling. Again, there's a lot of evidence supporting that students who are struggling learn a lot with their peer if it is structured. And for the peer or the student who is proficient, really good, like how does it benefit them? Are they wasting their time? So research finds that these students also benefit because it helps develop their social-emotional learning. They become mentors. They think of themselves as mentors who are supporting their peers come up the learning curve. So it works for both students in effectively improving not just their learning, but also their social-emotional outcomes as well. So again, a really, really effective practice. If you want, I'm happy to talk more about peer-assisted learning strategy. It's a free program. It's available on the internet. They will also send you all the materials for free. You only have to pay for shipping. It's from a university I used to work at before. And again, it's a really good practice in helping students do peer work and provide them with guidelines on how that peer work happens. There are some other peer works too, so like we did earlier today, where I asked you to work with a peer, think about something and share it. That's called think, pair, and share. So the idea is that the teacher gives student a question, they think about it, they share it with their partner, and then they report back to the classroom. And that's another way where they can actually learn from their partner, so the teacher doesn't have to teach the lesson. So if you have some students who have not understood a concept, working with the partner can help clarify any misunderstandings or lack of knowledge, and they can share that with the teacher, reducing the load on the teacher in explaining everything all the time. So this is a really good way that teachers can incorporate in the classroom. The other is to pause. So pause is a really good practice again. So if you're asking students some question, and I think I did this with some of you all, where I just popped in and I was like, what do you think this is? And you're like, oh, I don't know what you're talking about. Because you can get a little anxious, right? Sometimes if you call on a student in the classroom and they're like totally stuck because they don't know the answer, or maybe they know the answer but they're just anxious speaking out in the classroom, one way is to pause and say, you know what, take 2 minutes, I'm going to go to some other students, ask some questions, and I'll come back to you. So that gives them some time for reflection. It helps them compose themselves, think about an answer, maybe write it down, and then they can share it with you. Okay? So different ways of having students checking their answers. Study, tell, help, check, which is again another way where students work together to write the answer and they check their partner's answer. This is a practice I use very much when I'm teaching writing to students, where I will have students write a particular essay and then I'll have their peers assess it for them and give them feedback. And I'll share an example with you tomorrow on how one could do that in involving peers to provide feedback to their partners in helping improving their writing skills. And I'm sorry I don't remember what numbered head together was. Okay, individual oral responses, you can get that too. So the one challenge with that is that if you're only getting oral responses in a chorus where everyone is responding to a particular answer, the challenge then becomes is that you may just be teaching the best and leaving the rest. Because if the students who don't know the answer don't say anything, the teacher might assume that everyone knows the answer and you move along. So that's a challenge of the oral method, which you should be aware of. It's also best to minimize the use of individual responses when all students have the answer. So if you think everyone knows it, maybe that's not a best method to check on their understanding. And this last part is really important because sometimes, and I think I've done this as a teacher myself, so I'm guilty of it, is that sometimes if you see a student not paying attention, maybe looking out of the window or talking to someone, we call on them because we're like, gotcha. I knew you were not listening, now I'm going to show you that. That's not helpful. It's great for the teacher, you feel really good, like you got someone, but for the student, it can be have a negative impact on them. It can be detrimental for them. So a better way is that you call on the student and say, I'm going to ask you the next question, so you better be paying attention. I'll come back to you after I ask this person the question. So they know a question is coming for them, which means they're going to pay attention. And two, it's really helpful for their confidence too, because they're not becoming a joke in the class where the friends are going to laugh at them, which is not really helpful. So be mindful of calling on students who are not paying attention. A better way would be just calling them, informing them that you're on their list and they're coming up next, and so they can start paying attention if they were not paying attention. Because if they're not paying attention, that time is lost. You can't gain it. But you can help them gain on the time that's coming up by paying attention to what you're teaching. So that might be a better way of asking questions rather than calling on them when they're not paying attention. Okay? You could do a lot of other oral responses which are for individual students. So partners first, which is they work with a pair and one partner is the one who's held responsible for giving all the answers and not the other one. So this provides students with some thinking time. If the student does not know, again, this is going back to the explicit instruction framework where if the student does not know the answer, break down the task and provide scaffolds. So for example, if I ask a student a question about, let's say they're reading an autobiography of someone climbing Mount Everest and they don't recall the name of the person, just say, it's okay if you don't know the answer. Why don't you go and read the first paragraph of the passage? I'm going to ask someone else a question and I'll come back to you. So again, what you're trying always is to ensure your students are successful. The more you ensure your students are successful, the more they're going to get involved and the better they're going to think about themselves when they're learning in the classroom, because that really helps their self-confidence when they can answer. Because it's really easy for students to go into this mode like, I'm stupid, I'm dumb, I'm not good enough. And once they get into that mode, they don't engage with the text because they're sort of fulfilling a self-fulfilling prophecy where they think they don't know it and they're like, it's okay if I don't know it. So instead, you need to think about ways where you're ensuring they are successful by giving them some guidance, some way to ensure that when the answer comes, it's the right answer. So don't give them the answer, but guide them to where they can find the answer. Okay, you can also do some written responses, and I have a couple of quotes here, and I think the gist of these quotes is that students who are able to write better are also good readers. And good readers are also good writers. So it's sort of a mixed relationship. And what we also know from some research is that writing also helps with remembering the stuff that you have just read. So the more you read and the more you write it, because you're sort of summarizing it in your word and you have to think about what you're writing, it helps embed that knowledge more strongly than if you just had to do some reading and answer some multiple choice questions. So writing can be a very good support, and especially in the social sciences, so if you're teaching history, geography, or in English, it's a very beneficial practice to ensure that the students are able to write well. I'll talk a lot about writing instruction tomorrow, but here what I'm going to talk about is some really short ways that students can provide written responses to showcase their understanding of the text. So the first thing you want to do is give small amount of content at a time. So if you're first starting a lesson that you're expecting the students to read and write about, don't have them just write an essay as the first thing. That's not going to be helpful. You want to have them write really short stuff and use all of that short stuff over a period of time to then write an essay, maybe at the end of the month or end of the week, instead of starting with writing the essay. So some ways you can also have them do written responses is response cards. So for example, if you're teaching math, you can have students have response cards like A, B, C, D. They can make small chits on their tables, and you can ask a math question, give them 4 options, and have them just put up which option is correct. This way, they can't hear what the other people are saying, and when you see those response cards come up, you clearly can see how many students have the right response and how many have the wrong response. Again, a really quick way to gauge how many students have understood what you just taught them. This can be a really good practice during guided practice, where you're working with the students and you want to ensure that they have learned the lesson before they go on to independent practice. If you have whiteboards in your classroom, you can use them as slates for them to write with a marker and show it and erase it after. If you have small slates, that can work. If not, just in their notebooks, they can write on a piece of paper with pen or paper and hold it up for you to see if they have the right response or not. That's another way written responses can be used to quickly assess whether students are learning or not in the session. Here's another one. So for example, I might ask a question about religion, and then I might have students say if it's yes, no, true or false, depending on which response cards I'm using. And again, this is a really quick way for them to show their learning, and every student has to be involved. Like in the choral response, some students can sit back and not say anything or just murmur what everyone else is saying. With this, they have to lift their hand and they have to show an answer. Right? So that way, it's a really quick thing to check whether they've understood something or not. So this is another way you can elicit student responses in your classroom. And as teachers, it's up to you to sort of be creative on what ways or what those questions are that you're going to use to get these responses from your students. The next one is action responses. So, we did something earlier where I said, raise your hand if you've taught for more than 10 years, or if you're a new teacher. So those are other ways of getting responses. So you ask a question, give students some thinking time, and then, they can give you the responses as yay or nay, or yes or no, or through fingers. So I can ask a question and say, how many? And then they can say 1, 2, 3, or 4, whatever those responses are. Again, a quick way of getting response. So while you're teaching in the first 5 minutes or 10 minutes, you've already checked for understanding at least once using any one of these methods. You don't have to use all of them, but you could use one of them in the first 10 minutes to check if students are learning or not, instead of waiting till that 30th or last minute before your class ends to check for their understanding. And then the last one is passage reading comprehension. So there are many different ways reading comprehension can be understood. The first one is echo reading, where the teacher reads and the students echo, which means they read out loud. So I was talking to someone earlier where they were teaching poems to students, and the students were struggling with the flow. And a good way of teaching the flow of the poem on how to read a poem is simply the teacher reading out loud and the student echoing what the teacher is saying to get that intonation going on how to read a poem correctly. You could do choral reading where everyone reads the text together. So if you're a primary school teacher teaching in standards 1 through 4 and you're doing English or any kind of reading, this is a really good activity to get your students to reading fluently. And reading fluently is really, really important skill for students to develop because if they can't read fluently, they're going to struggle to understand the meaning of what they're reading. So for example, if you drive a car with a gear, then when you're learning to drive the car with the gear, your focus is mostly on the clutch and the gear. And you're not looking around because you're trying to get the clutch and the gear right. Right? Once you get the clutch and the gear really easily going, it's automatic, then you can focus on the world around you and you become a good driver. Right? It's the same with reading. If you're struggling to read every word, if you're reading very slowly, all your mind's resources are focused only on reading. there are no resources left to understanding what's happening. So reading fluency, reading with some pace, is a really, really important skill to develop in the students. And one way of doing that is where the teacher reads with the classroom, where everyone is repeating the teacher as they're reading to develop their fluency of the text. Closed reading is also a really important way where students read a passage and they stop at some important points where the teacher is going to ask them a question. So they will read silently, stop, wait for the teacher, ask a question, and then they can move on. The other one is augmented silent reading, where the teacher poses a question, say, as you're going to read this text, this is the question I want you to think about, because when you're done reading, I want you to answer this question. So you're giving them a purpose for that reading activity, instead of just saying, I want you to read this silently and then we'll talk about it later. That's very broad. It's a passive engagement. But if you tell them, I want you to focus on this aspect of the story because this is my question, give them the question in advance so they can read the text with that in mind, so they're actively reading to find the answer to the question, which can again be a really helpful way to help them understand. And the last one again is partner reading, where the partner reads some part, the other partner reads, and they go back and forth reading the passages individually. So many different ways for you to assess the learning in that way. So what I'm going to have you think about is if you're teaching one of these topics, okay, and again I'll have you work in your groups. What I want you to think about is that if you're teaching any one of these topics, and I promise this will mostly be our last activity for today, because I can see some eyes getting a little drowsy out there. The lunch was too good actually, maybe we should not get that good a lunch. So what I'm going to have you think about is, if you are teaching any one of this topic, and each group can pick any one topic you want, I want you to first come up with a SMART objective. So remember, the SMART objective is that it's something that's specific, something you can measure, something that is achievable, something that has the, what's the R stand for? Anyone help me? And then it's timely. So make sure that it aligns with the SMART objectives, and think about just an outline. You don't have to write the whole text, just some bullet points on, if you're teaching the lesson, think about what this lesson looks like. Is it students watching a video? Is it students reading something? Is it students who are going on a field trip? Like, what are they doing? How can you model the activity for them? How can you provide guided practice? And just bullet points on what that might be. And then at the end of it, I also want you to tell me at least one or two ways on how you will elicit responses. So how, during the first 10 minutes of the lesson, are you going to check in with your students to check to see if they've understood that lesson or not? So in your groups, pick one topic, think about how you will teach the lesson, and think about one or two ways on how you'll check in with your students in the first 10 minutes to see if they're learning or not. Clear? Okay, great.
This is the one. So that they will be able to identify the correct person. Plus 6 or flashcard, chairs or pictures. Picture shows picture shows us short, picture shows a short pictures
Okay, let's come back as a group. So I think I went to every group and had a chat with all of you. And I think most of you are doing some really good work in terms of rethinking about how you are teaching. Especially, I think I saw some really good SMART objectives, which were very clear, very specific, aligned with what the lesson was going to be. So really good work in this short period of time, sort of rethinking about it. And it's going to take some practice. It's not going to come naturally. It's something that you're trying to change. But the more you do it, the better it's going to get. And maybe tomorrow what I'll do is I'll also share some resources with you on where you can develop the SMART objectives. The one thing I'll talk about tomorrow is a lot about teaching reading and writing in the classroom and how those objectives align with it. The second thing I want to say is that I think a lot of you also have the explicit instructional framework, a sense of how that is going to be employed within the lesson that you were talking about in your group. So it's really important to think about how, if you know your objective at the start, like what students need to learn at the end of the lesson, your modeling needs to be about that. Your modeling needs to be how am I going to help students know how they can get there, and I'm going to show them the first step. The next steps I will work with them or they will work independently, but the first step I need to show them clearly what that expectation is and how it's going to be met. So that's sort of the explicit instruction framework. And like I said, it's going to take some time. It's not going to come naturally if you're doing something different, but the more you do it, the better you're going to get at it. Tomorrow what I'm also going to do is when I walk you through the various different strategies that we're going to learn about teaching reading and writing, and there may be some strategies that you're already using in the classroom, which is great. If you do, I would love to hear from you on how you're using it so we can learn from each other. What I'm also going to share tomorrow, and if it's accessible to you, I use a lot of ChatGPT. I develop bots on ChatGPT to do certain tasks for me as a teacher because I develop reading programs. So when I share with you some of the strategies that I will expect, sort of ask you to use in your classrooms, I'll show you an easy way on how you can develop that using ChatGPT. But first we learn about it, and then we'll see how we can use AI to help us in creating those lessons without spending too much time. So when I do this work, I have like 3 research assistants doing work for me, but you all don't have those 3 research assistants, right? So how can you ensure that you can do the same without additional resources? So that will be the focus of our lesson tomorrow. So tomorrow's session, I think, will be extremely beneficial for many of you. So I hope to see all of you again tomorrow. So thank you so much for coming today and staying engaged. I really appreciate your time. And I'm here, so if you have any follow-up questions, anything you want to clarify, you have any thoughts, please feel free to come up and have a chat. I'll be here for as long as everyone is. So thank you again. And please bring the booklets with you. Those booklets are for you. I'm not going to take it back. But please bring it back tomorrow so we can continue working on them as we work in our groups tomorrow. So thank you again. I hope you have a safe trip back home, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you so much.